Deja que salga la luna, deja que se oculte el sol, deja que caiga la noche pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas se llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debe el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti, tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más. Deja que salga la luna.
Gracias. That song was written by Jose Alfredo Jimenez from Guanajuato, Mexico. This next song is called Ella. He also wrote this beautiful song. It's about heartbreak. It's about giving up because the love is now gone, right, Jude?
That is right. That is right. Classic songs. The last song we just played was a Huapango. This next one's going to be a 3/4 song. Una ranchera para ustedes.
And grab some tequila. Enjoy this song because you're gonna need it.
Ahí va.
Me cansé de rogarle, me cansé de decirle que yo sin ella de pena muero. Ya no quiso escucharme, si sus labios se abrieron fue para decirme ya no te quiero. Yo sentí que mi vida se perdía en un abismo profundo y negro como mi suerte. Quise hallar el olvido al estilo Jalisco, pero aquellos mariachis y aquel tequila me hicieron llorar. me cansé de rogarle. Con el llanto en los ojos alcé mi copa y brindé con ella. No podía despreciarme. Era el último brindis de un bohemio con una reina. Los mariachis callaron. De mi mano sin fuerza cayó mi copa sin darme cuenta. Se quiso quedarse cuando vio mi tristeza, pero ya estaba escrito que aquella noche perdiera su amor. Este amor apasionado anda todo alborotado por volver. Voy camino a la locura y aunque todo me tortura, sé querer. Nos dejamos hace tiempo, pero me llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver. Y volver, volver. Otra vez llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver, volver. Hace tiempo, pero me llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver. Y volver, volver, volver a tus brazos otra vez. Llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver.
Hello, I'm Richard Bryant, Executive Director of Musco Center for the Arts at Chapman University. It's my pleasure to welcome you to our Heartbeat of Mexico Mariachi Fest, part of this year's At the Musco online series. Community is definitely the theme for the day, just as it has been for the past 5 years. Since we opened in 2016, Musico Center has presented annual live Heartbeat of Mexico festivals in association with Chapman's Latinx Staff and Faculty Forum. Like today, these events have brought together not only the Chapman community, but also our larger Orange County community to celebrate Mexican and Mexican-American culture and traditions. It's been such a joy to see people of every background enjoy and share the rich history, music, and art of Mexico. Today, all participants are creating bridges between generations by bringing together professional mariachi musicians with mariachi students. Well-known bands such as Mariachi Divas, de Cindy Shea, Las Colibrí, and Mariachi Spectacular will share the virtual stage with local school-based mariachi programs from Chapman University, Santa Ana High School, and Garey High School. Mariachi is thriving right here in our communities, and today we bring it directly to your homes. Today's event is dedicated to the memory of our long-term friend and heartbeat collaborator, Mario Cuevas Zamora, the Consul of Mexico. He sadly passed away in March. Without his friendship and support, Musico Center's creation and growth of this festival would not have been possible. We miss you, Mario. As always, we encourage you to ask questions and start conversations in the live chat to the right of your screen. And now, here's my colleague and friend, Gabriela Castañeda, Chapman University's Assistant Director of Career Services and President of the Latinx Staff and Faculty Forum.
Bienvenidos. My name is Dr. Gabriela Castañeda, and I serve as the President of the Latinx Staff and Faculty Forum. It is my honor to welcome you to our 2021 Virtual Heartbeat of Mexico Festival. The Heartbeat of Mexico is one of my personal favorite events of the year. As a proud Mexican American, it fills my heart with joy to be able to enjoy and share the richness of the Mexican culture with adults and children alike. Celebrating our heritage is a wonderful opportunity to come together to learn and appreciate traditional music, dances, and food. This year we have amazing artists, including our very own Chapman University mariachi band, Mariachi Panteras. I want to thank you for joining us this year, and please enjoy this wonderful event. Hasta pronto.
Les saludo desde el Consulado de México en Santa Ana para darles la más cordial bienvenida al hermoso, vibrante y colorido Festival del Latido del Corazón de México que organiza anualmente la Universidad de Chapman. El Consulado de México ha participado orgullosamente en este festival desde su creación en 2016 y el cónsul Mario Cuevas Zamora, quien tristemente falleció en marzo pasado, lo llamaba el palpitar de México. Valoramos y agradecemos la estupenda colaboración con la Universidad de Chapman y el Centro Cultural Musco por su gran interés y entusiasmo en mostrar la gran riqueza y diversidad de nuestra cultura. Agradecemos al presidente Daniel Strupa, a Richard Bryant, a todos los talentosos artistas y a cada una de las personas que hacen posible este gran evento. Este año presentan el Mariachi Fest, un evento virtual que gracias a la tecnología podemos ver desde la comodidad de nuestros hogares. Deseo que disfruten de este gran evento y que pronto podamos reunirnos nuevamente en persona para celebrar juntos a México y su cultura. I greet you all from the Consulate of Mexico in Santa Ana to give you the warmest welcome to the beautiful, vibrant, and colorful Festival of the Heartbeat of Mexico, organized annually by the Chapman University. The Consulate of Mexico has proudly participated in this festival since its creation in 2016, and Consul Mario Cuevas Zamora, who sadly passed away last March, called it El Palpitar de México. We value and appreciate the great collaboration with Chapman University and the Musco Cultural Center for their passion in showing the richness and diversity of our culture. We thank President Daniel Strupa, Richard Bryant, all the talented artists, and everyone who makes this great event possible. This year, they present the Mariachi Fest, a virtual event that, thanks to technology, we can all watch it from the comfort of our homes. I hope you enjoyed this great festival and that we can soon meet again in person to celebrate Mexico and its culture together.
Hola y muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cristian Aguilar. Soy uno de los subdirectores de iniciativas de diversidad aquí en la oficina de admisión en Chapman University. Bienvenidos al evento virtual del Heartbeat of México, Mariachi Fest. Es un orgullo tenerlos aquí el día de hoy con nosotros. Y cuando pienso en este evento del Heartbeat of México, pienso en todas las maneras como Chapman está celebrando la diversidad y las identidades que tenemos aquí en la universidad. Sepan que por favor tienen aquí una comunidad en la universidad y que esperamos tenerlos en la universidad bien pronto. Hi, and welcome everyone. My name is Cristian Aguilar. I'm one of the Assistant Directors of Diversity Initiatives within the Undergraduate Admission Office here at Chapman University. It's a pleasure to have you all here at our virtual Heartbeat of Mexico Mariachi Fest. Thank you so much for being here and joining us today. And as I think about the Heartbeat of Mexico event, I think about the many ways that Chapman celebrates its diverse identities, both those on campus as well as our neighboring communities. So I ask you to enjoy the show, and we hope to see you on our campus real soon.
Tus brazos otra vez. Llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver, volver. Nos dejamos hace tiempo, pero me llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver y volver, volver. Otra vez llegaré hasta donde estés. perder, yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver.
Ay, ay, ay. That song was called Volver, Volver. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are Tres Souls. Our mission is to relive and celebrate bolero music from the 1940s. And this next song is called Perdón. The translation in English is called Perdón.
Hello, everyone. Bienvenido to Mariachi Fest. I am Napoleon, your moderator for this conversation about mariachi. I want to welcome you to a unique panel discussion with some of the local mariachi ensemble leaders and educators you will be seeing throughout the virtual festival today. Let's welcome our panelists, Susie Garcia with Las Colibrí, Tammy Yee with Chapman University's new Mariachi Panteras, Oscar Garey with Santa Ana High School's Mariachi Los Santos, and Anthony Bonner with Garey High School Mariachi. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. First, tell us a little about each of your ensembles. Oscar, let's start with you.
Sure. So I'm the director of Mariachi Los Santos, full mariachi ensemble at Santa Ana High School. The ensemble has actually been around for a very long time, since the year 2001, I believe. And I took on the program 4 years ago. So this is my fourth year teaching. And we do everything that any typical mariachi ensemble would do. We do shows, we do private events. We mostly do community events, especially for the city, like for the mayor or for any we perform for like the local like senator, so most of our performance kind of gears towards the city and the community, but we also like do other events, like we also do festivals and like for example the Musco festival that's coming up. Our students are freshmen to seniors, so they range from ages like 14 till all the way till 18. And most of my students are pretty much in all of our regular music ensembles like orchestra or band, and they're taking mariachi as kind of like as a supplementary course to kind of enhance their skills. So hopefully that's a good background of my ensemble.
Oh, definitely. Such a great history with Los Santos. And we've had the ensemble with us as part of our Heartbeat of Mexico Festival in the past, and such a local favorite and such a talented group of young artists. So just really bravo on that program. Tammy, can you tell us a little bit about Mariachi Panteras?
Yeah, so we're a fairly new ensemble. We started this year. A couple years ago, I won the faculty grant, which is a Pedagogical Innovation Grant Award, in the amount of $5,000 to start the ensemble. And the program initially began when just having a conversation with two of my Latinx students who actually are professional mariachi musicians. And so I was like, okay, let's start this like mariachi ensemble at Chapman. And since we're so close to Santa Ana, and knowing the fact that there's a large like Hispanic population there, as well as knowing the work that Oscar's doing with mariachi ensembles, not just in Santa Ana, but also in Anaheim school districts all over. And the fact that I was born here and raised in Los Angeles, right? We know the population. So I thought, hey, this is a wonderful opportunity to start the mariachi ensemble here at Chapman. So with collaboration, I thought, hey, if Oscar's doing such wonderful work in Santa Ana, I would love to see, opportunities where his students could also see themselves at Chapman. So I was like, okay, so this is part of the big, vision, right? This big plan where we can create this pathway for his students, Santa Ana students, to see themselves at Chapman in the future. So as they continue in his program, they can kind of segue into our program, the program that's going to be available for them. But it's really interesting because most of the students currently enrolled in the class, they are pretty a diverse makeup of student populations who are music education majors. So it kind of works beautifully because they're all learning how to also perform mariachi. I would say maybe just 2 students are professional mariachi musicians and the rest are music education majors. So they're learning not only from me as well as Oscar, and also in the future with Susie, where they're going to learn how to create mariachi programs at their future school districts. So just the fact that we had this for 1 year, we got donations from many different groups and organizations, and we're purchasing more instruments, and it's turned into more of a inclusive ensemble for many students who are feeling a little bit lost out of place at Chapman, and who want to be not learning just things by, traditional way of music education, but learning things orally as well. So in that process, they're discovering their identity. At the same time, it's really empowering my Latinx students to see themselves, in part in Chapman. So it's really, really awesome.
Oh, most definitely. You're planting like really amazing seeds that are being watered by the community. And I'm just so excited to see what those students are going to go out into the world and do and make more of these programs. And yeah, it like gets me hyped up. I'm very excited. I'm like, yes, more, always. Absolutely. Fantastic, Tammy. Anthony, can you share more about your program?
So first, thanks for having me. I work at Garey High School, as you've said. We started our mariachi actually a few weeks before we went on lockdown. This was an idea that I had a few years ago. I actually graduated from Garey High School, and this community is predominantly Latinx. And I always wondered, why didn't we have one at our school as well? I went to my principal and said, hey, can you buy these guitars for us? He's like, well, I think we could do that. I said, I want to start a mariachi. Mariachi? He's like, I'll buy the uniforms. I'll pay for everything if you do that. So we started that work. It took us some time to actually get it off the ground. And sad to say that the last music that this room heard was the first time that mariachi ever played together. And just about 20 minutes ago, they were here for the first time since, and having our first rehearsal back. So yeah, it was a really, really big thing for this community to finally get some music that represents the culture of our students. And we're so happy to get it going. We can't wait to see where it takes us. We have a marching band and a jazz band and all those other ensembles that our students participate in as well. But to have something that represents the culture of our community is so fantastic. So that's how we got ours started.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Anthony. Susie, tell us about Las Colibrí and your journey.
Yes, well, I think that, hearing everybody talk about what they're doing in their local communities and the institutions is making me think about being a young mariachi, student and a musician, not really technically trained, classically trained a little bit when I was a little girl, but I'm so grateful for having the opportunity to become a mariachi. And even without the supports that are existing today, which I'm so grateful for all of you on this Zoom, because we really need more educators out there and people who, just really see the reality of our community, right? Of who we serve, and also how beneficial this can be to their future. Mariachi was a way that I was able to navigate my own education life and my journey. So anyway, I came from Rowland Heights, California, who was a very diverse community, sort of, but there was no mariachi program here. So my parents really were the ones who catapulted and researched to find me some mariachi teachers. And that's how I was able to do it, because of their support, right? My parents were they're Chicanos. They were born here. So I didn't even have immigrant parents. However, they were very connected to their culture. And many Chicanos are, they just don't know how to navigate that part of their life either. So this is also very good for their children to be able to have these experiences as Chicanos or Mexican Americans in this city, in this country, because their parents want to be, more culturally connected, but sometimes don't know how. And mariachi music really does that. It did it for me. So, long history of learning how to play and being involved in different ensembles since I was about 12 years old. But, I hear you're mentioning Mariachi Divas is going to be the closing mariachi for this festival. It's the first time I know that. So that's amazing. I was a mariachi diva for 10 years. Cindy Shea and I go way back before she created Mariachi Divas. We were like pioneers in the same, we wanted to create a mariachi, Mariachi Las Alondras. We found Cindy Shea and we recruited her to be in our band. It was one of the few all-females that were bands that were at the time created, and to be the leader of Mariachi Divas. And I was so lucky and so grateful to have that experience for 10 years. On 2008, when I left, the year later, people were just still like, Susie, come on, you got to keep, mariachi going of your own. And I was like, no, I don't know if I want to do that. I was working on a solo album. And I think it was just like, yeah, you're right. Like, I miss being around this camaraderie of women. It's just such a wonderful experience for women to be empowered together. And I have been taught in an all-girls Catholic school, Spanish, and I was a career counselor. So I really got to see firsthand how youth and women are, very just different when they're in their own element with their own sex. And it's just like, you see how they excel in a different way. So I'm really happy that I again, I'm going to bring my friends together. And we started with just 4 girls. And I started to do a little research and realized that traditionally Mariachi Vargas started as a very small ensemble with no trumpets, just stringed instruments. And they started with 4 instruments as well. And I thought, well, then I could do this. Then yeah, it's okay to not have a trumpet, because that was ingrained in our brain. I had only seen mariachi with trumpets. And so I thought, I'm going to try something new. And we started to play without trumpets. And I just, going back to the old traditional style of how it was originally, I guess, envisioned, or just, naturally how mariachi started and then evolved, which is beautiful. The contemporary mariachi with trumpets and 14, 15 people. But Colibrí has really stuck to the script of being traditional. And that means it's like we're traditional, but non-traditional, right? We don't wear the traditional mariachi charro suit. We wear this kind of, these dresses, these colorful, celebration of Mexican culture from the 40s and 50s of like the golden age of cinema. But we really embrace who we are. And that is feminine, intelligent, talented women that have been, some of us have been highly trained and others have been just, like me, sort of more trained on the streets. But nevertheless, we are together, and we've been together now almost 10 years. So I'm excited. We're just, we're very LA, I feel. We're just definitely, we've taken like our home here and really part of our community. We do so much work for nonprofits, and we're part of the Ford Theater, which is very LA. We've been doing concerts there for over 10 years. I've produced them. Viva la Tradición series. So Las Colibrí is just like, it's very special because we're different. And I think we've created something that people weren't used to seeing. And I'm very proud that this group of women have come together. And of course, you deal with the ebb and flow of women and being pregnant and being mothers and having husbands. And it's a wild ride when you have an all-female band, but it's very rewarding. And nothing like standing on stage with even 4 women, but we grew over time, and 12 women is the max. Like, wow, the feeling, that energy that you get. And again, just the level of intelligence that comes from 12 women when 95% or 99% at one time are educated with bachelor's, master's, degrees. And so we're talking about like, serious power up on a stage, not only musically, but also in a separate part of their lives, and professionals, policemen, teachers, you name it. We've had girls in our bands that are very, very, very well ingrained in their communities. Yeah.
So important to be a part of the community and representative of the community, but also find these spaces to empower and have safe spaces for women to find their voices in this music is so amazing and so powerful and so important. And so I just appreciate you so much, Susie. And I'm so excited for everyone to see the ensemble a little bit later, and your gorgeous costumes and the beautiful, strong, amazing, powerful music that you're going to be sharing with us later. So just thank you. I just appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Napoleon. Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. Next question. Speaking of music and the music that is mariachi, what are the building blocks of mariachi music, musically speaking, for those of us that aren't, music folks? Susie?
Well, I think, again, like I just spoke about, the real tradition that came, all the way back in the 20th century were strings, in Tecalitlan, Vargas, Mariachi Vargas started with a harp, a violin, probably a guitarra de golpe. It might not have even been, a guitar. I'm not a musicologist, so Tammy might have better, references than that. But, we know that it was a stringed ensemble. So the bass may originally have been even played by the harp. We don't really, nobody really knows, right? Where did mariachi come from? It's sort of an oral tradition. So there's a long, you know, it's a lineage of how this music came to be. But for sure, the pillars, as we know in mariachi today, it's like if you don't have a guitarrón, a bass, you lose the heart of the mariachi. It's like really where you feel, you know, that strong pulse of the sound. And then you have your classical guitar, a vihuela, that's very important. It's like it's almost like the drum session the drums in a band, a big band. Like you can't feel that rock and beat without that drum set, and that's the vihuela. And then some people have a guitarra de golpe. Sometimes Las Colibrí has a guitarra de golpe, which is another 5-string, kind of looks like a vihuela. It's a little bit longer. And then your violin section. And if you're lucky, you have a harp player. Female harp players are hard to find, but there's a lot of harp players out there, and it really kind of rounds out that sound to make it nice and beautiful. And then you have your trumpets that just like dominate that mariachi. But those are really the pillars. And then you have your genres, and maybe Oscar could talk about that a little bit, but the types of kind of songs or typically musically how, you know, what types of songs we play.
Actually, yeah. Can we bring in Tammy to add on, and then Oscar?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Susie, for starting us off, right? And, you know, I was just thinking about how much, you know, just thinking in the context of world music, right? And we think about colonization as far as like the history of Mexico, and how instruments gets transferred over to Mexico, or, you know, parts of the United States or parts of some regions in Mexico. The instruments get, in a way, transported, right? And then, so historically speaking, but if we think about how mariachi is formed, it's very much, and in the context of world music, it does come from like an indigenous roots, right? Because the whole purpose of performing, if we look at even other parts of the world, not just in Mexico, we look at other parts of the world, traditionally speaking, of how you know, folk music was performed, and how music performance was performed, or how orally was how we transfer knowledge and oral transitions, right? How we transfer that traditionally into our family. That has a lot to do with the upbringing of the music. And so when we think about the way we perform mariachi, it's not necessarily like the way that it currently is today, right? This is a different type of representation of how it once used to be, right? In a way that, you know, I think Oscar, you know, shared this with my students very recently about how the media had huge influence into the way that mariachi was shaped and formed. But originally, it was coming from many different parts of Mexico and many different regions. And how it was performed, it was traditionally performed as just for family gatherings, celebrations, in a very spontaneous way. And then I think it kind of took over once like media hit, right, Oscar? Do you want to expand on those details?
Yeah, sure. So like Susie said, nobody really knows where mariachi comes from. There's a reason why we call it folk music, right? It's folklore. It's music that's been passed to the people by the people, and, you know, for generations and generations. Nobody like wrote it in the books. It's just something that's just been passed down orally. To say like where mariachi comes from, like there isn't really an answer. It comes from everywhere. You know, mariachi obviously is very influenced by European music. Obviously a guitar didn't come from Mexico, you know. Trumpets didn't come from Mexico. Like it was basically what we call in Spanish a mestizo type of ensemble. Mestizo meaning that it's mixed of European and indigenous cultures. But even in mariachi itself, when you listen to mariachi music, there's influences that you hear, like German ancestry, you hear like European, I guess. There's even Colombian ancestry. Like when you look at different genres, for example, in mariachi music, we play what we call cumbias. Cumbias is not Mexican. Cumbias is Colombian, right? So mariachi is everywhere. It's just from everywhere. If you look at rancheras, what we call like ranchera music, which is a different type of form or different type of style or genre within mariachi, kind of like how jazz has like fusion, pop, or like bebop, big band, like kind of like how jazz has their own eras and genres, mariachi has their own. When you look at rancheras, when you hear a 3/4 ranchera, you can't help but think waltzes like Strauss. When you hear a 2/4 ranchera, you can't stop but think, oh, this sounds kind of German, you know, like same with polkas. When you hear a polka, it sounds very German. Again, mariachi is not like completely Mexican. There's a lot of European descent from everywhere. And there isn't one particular part of Mexico where mariachi comes from. It comes from every single region of Mexico, every single town, every single corner influenced mariachi to what we hear today. But that's the beauty of it. You just get this composition or this composite material from like influences everywhere. And we end up with what we call mariachi. So yeah, it's just a beautiful thing to hear and really appreciate.
Oh, I love that. Next question. What are the best ways for everyone to be more educated and come into more interaction with mariachi music? If you aren't in an education setting, if you aren't in school anymore, how can we connect with our local mariachis? Susie?
Yeah, well, I have a good way is to come to one of the Viva la Tradición shows that are put on at the Ford Theater that I produce, or whatever theater that they may grow into in the future. I think attending live music, anytime is like optimal to have a shared experience, cultural experience, especially when you're not from that community. So if, I would love to go to a San Patricio, or, Irish music. I actually I can hear so much mariachi and when sometimes they're playing, because it's just like some of the same beats and rhythms. But, I think people need to embrace music, world music, so that they can really feel, and because you have to sometimes be in to hear mariachi music live to get all the energy. It is a music of the people, so it's so exciting and invigorating and crying and laughing and dancing, so it really can make, I think, the audience have these really amazing emotions. But obviously live is just always so impressive, especially when you hear somebody like Mariachi Vargas de Gaitlan, and even if they play a classical piece, I mean, that is like breathtaking. It really is this feeling that you don't get when you're just kind of listening to it on a recording. So live music, when it comes back after this pandemic and we're able to really enjoy that once again, is just the best way for people to experience mariachi music. There's just like no other way. Obviously you can hire them in your backyard always, but when there's really fine-tuned mariachis with a show, with the lights, with the ballet folklorico, when you experience that type of performance, and that's what I did as a young girl, going to the Tucson Mariachi Festival, going to live performances. The kids need to see those. And they need to experience that, because otherwise, it's just not the same. They're not going to be inspired. I think that's the thing. We need to inspire our children. We need to inspire them to be curious about their culture, for the Latino kids. And then obviously for everyone else, just have the experience, because you'll find, even if you don't understand what we're saying up there, it doesn't matter. It's a universal language. So go out and see some live music, and hopefully you can come to Viva la Tradición one year.
Absolutely. Just such a universal language. Anthony, do you have anything to add on?
Yeah, I was going to add that exactly what Susie was saying, experiencing it live. For me, being an African-American, young boy growing up in Compton, it wasn't something that we listened to, obviously, as a family, but all my friends, anytime I went to a quinceañera or whenever we'd go downtown LA, I know that there's like a mariachi plaza there. Just getting out and listening and being immersed in this music is one of the reasons why I fell in love with it. And of course, as you guys mentioned previously, our ensembles are made up of students from all backgrounds. And so they're getting to experience it as well. So supporting these ensembles at the high school level and all the way up to the professional level, I think is a good way to really get into mariachi.
Oh, phenomenal. Oscar, anything else to add about experiencing mariachi?
I'm muted, sorry. There are a lot of mariachi festivals throughout the U.S. and they're quite good. I mean, they're just amazing. Normally at these festivals, you have a lot of school groups performing, but not only that, you also have like ballet folklorico. You basically get the whole like package, like the whole Mexican tradition package in these festivals. And the best part about these events is that they usually highlight 2 to 3 really well-known groups, kind of like how Musco is like, doing their festival this year. They're highlighting Colibrí, they're highlighting Mariachi Divas. It's very, very similar in very similar format of what you would expect in some of these festivals. Usually they can run like an entire week, sometimes 2 weeks. The biggest one being the Encuentro, which is the one in Mexico. I mean, that's honestly the best way to be able to experience this mariachi music. And again, like what Susie said, like you have to experience it live. There's so much energy in mariachi that you just can't capture it in the recording. A lot of it is done on the spot. It's very improvisational. And there's so much, it's almost as if the audience is part of the performance as much as the musicians. You kind of have to be there live with the people experiencing the music to kind of like get the whole experience. So whatever you can do to kind of find that environment, I would highly recommend it. And if going to a mariachi festival is not something that's not local, then there are many mariachi restaurants in Los Angeles that you can visit, and they have mariachi dinner shows, and those are pretty authentic.
Tammy, any resources or ideas? Oh, yes, go ahead, Susie.
Really quickly about the live part of it. I mean, that was so hard about the pandemic, really, because so much of what we do is based on what Oscar just said, is based on the reaction, the energy that the people you're performing for, right, is giving you, and you're giving back. And as a singer, I mean, the festivals also, I did want to add that you can also see some of the best solo artists in ranchera music when you go to these festivals. And for me, again, as a young girl, seeing Aida Cuevas, I got to see, Lola Beltran one time. It's just like those experiences are everlasting in a young person's life. And it will change the way they view music, the way they continue their, it's you know who to emulate, how to walk across stage. How are we going to teach the kids those things if they're just in a band room all day? They can't. They have to really be exposed. And yes, we can show them all the videos in the world, but when they are live, they will get a different experience. So thank you to Chapman that's going to continue these festivals and keep that exposure to the youth. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for that, Susie. Tammy, any ideas or additional resources or ways to engage with this beautiful art form?
Yeah, absolutely. So like what everybody was saying, right? Very similarly, I think one of the things I always teach my music education students that music is both social and musical, right? And when we're trying to create these music making experiences, it's the participants that are also involved in that process of music making, right? And to building this like community of practice. So it gets really exciting. Yeah, the energy with the audience included is part of that whole music making experience. Although you see like 12 people performing on stage, everyone is involved. And so I always also tell people like who ask me like, oh, how do I start a mariachi program? Well, if you know one mariachi musician, you'll know everybody. You'll know everybody because they know everybody else, right? And they get so excited when someone is really interested in mariachi that they will help you provide those resources, give you the resources so that you can be connected and included in the community. And it's really nice because my students who maybe I would say, most of them are students of color, but they came from different backgrounds, just like Anthony is saying too, for his student demographics. And I do have, 2 or 3 white students who are part of the music making experience. And the whole point of the ensemble is not just to perform mariachi music, even though mariachi music is incredible, right? It's the whole experience that they're trying to gather in that process in an inclusive space. And not only that, it's kind of nice, right? Because they're not reading music notes, and they're doing things so naturally from where they came from, bringing in their contribution into that process. So it becomes a beautiful thing. So I suggest that anybody who wants to get involved in mariachi, listening is the first thing, obviously, right? We should listen as much as possible just to learn, like not even to learn, just out of pure enjoyment, right? And then start getting connected into the communities, because I guarantee you, once you know one mariachi musician, you'll know everybody else.
Oh, I love that. Get dialed in, listen, go see it live when we are able to safely again. Just see as much as you can. Check out local festivals. There's always so much to see. Thank you for all of those recommendations. We are actually at time today, and we have one more fun question. Here we go. What is one word you would use to describe the power of mariachi? Think about that for a second. Okay. Let's start with you, Oscar.
Family.
Tammy?
Oh goodness, this is hard. There's so many words, right? And Oscar, I was thinking about family too. Passion.
And Anthony?
I would say community.
And Susie?
I'm going to end with love, the big one.
Huge, the most important one, love. Thank you all again so much for being here with us, Oscar, Tammy, Anthony, and Susie. We appreciate you so much, and we are so excited to see each of your ensembles later.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please stay tuned for special performances by each of these stellar local ensembles, some family-friendly programs and fun, and a conversation with founder of Mariachi Divas, Cindy Shea, before the final performance of the day. Bienvenido a Mariachi Fest. Welcome.
Donde brotan mis sueños eternos, muy hondo es el amor que te tengo y no vivo sin ti. Porque me atraes como la luna atrae a los mares. Y si yo soy el mar admirable, la luna eres tú. Cuando oscurece, tú me embrujas con tu intensa mirada. En el fondo las estrellas me llaman, que yo venga hacia ti. En tu reflejo, donde brotan mis sueños eternos, muy hondo es el amor que te tengo y no vivo sin ti. Porque me atraes como la luna atrae a los mares. Y si yo soy el mar admirable, la luna eres tú. Porque me atraes como la luna atrae a los mares. Y si yo soy el mar admirable, la luna eres tú.
caso el corazón y me muero por volver y volver, volver, volver a tus brazos otra vez. Llegaría hasta donde estés, yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver, volver. Nos dejamos hace tiempo, pero me llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver y volver, volver, volver a tus brazos otra vez. Llegaría hasta donde estés, yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver, volver.
Enjoying our music.
Anoche yo te vi, en mis sueños yo sentí que todo fue cierto. Me llamaste por mi nombre, el que solo tú conoces, y se detuvo el tiempo. Los recuerdos de la infancia, tú y yo sin la distancia, el tiempo en su ausencia. Caminos y aventuras, tragos y locuras, libres de la vida. Canto por tu amor y brindo por tu vida. En mi soledad sufro tu partida. A mi alrededor encuentro tu esencia, río por los recuerdos. De la infancia, tú y yo sin la distancia, el tiempo en su ausencia. Caminos y aventuras, tragos y locuras, libres de la vida. Canto por tu amor y brindo por tu vida. En mi soledad sufro tu partida. A mi alrededor encuentro tu esencia, río por los recuerdos y lloro por tu adiós.
Anoche yo te vi. You can also find a music video that we recorded in San Pedro, California. You can find it on our YouTube page, Tres Souls. And like we mentioned, tag us on Instagram. Tag us, let us know how you're feeling, if you're enjoying the music. We're on Tres Souls on Instagram.
On Instagram and also on Facebook. You can find us on Facebook if Facebook is your social media of choice. We're going to go to a classic song with this next song. One of the first songs that I learned, probably one of the first songs that you guys learned as well. Piel Canela by Los Panchos.
Huepa, huepa.
Que se quede el infinito sin estrellas, o que pierde el ancho mar su inmensidad, pero el negro de tus ojos que no muera, y el canela de tu piel se quede igual. Si perdiera el arco iris su belleza, las flores su perfume y su color, no sería tan inmensa mi tristeza como aquella de quedarme sin tu amor. Me importas tú, y tú, y tú, y solamente tú, y tú, y tú. Me importas tú, y tú, y tú, y nadie más que tú. Ojos negros, piel canela, que me llegan a desesperar. Me importas tú, ojos negros, tu piel canela. Ay, me importas tú, y nadie más que tú.
Eso, Chuy.
Si perdiera el arco iris su belleza, y las flores su perfume y su color, no sería tan inmensa mi tristeza como aquella de quedarme sin tu amor. Me importas tú, y tú, y tú, y solamente tú, y tú, y tú. Me importas tú, y tú, y tú, y tú, y tú, y tú. Nadie más que tú. Ojos negros, piel canela, que me llegan a desesperar. Me importas tú, ojos negros, tu piel canela. Ay, me importas tú, y nadie más que tú.
Eso mero.
Huepa, huepa.
Me voy pa'l pueblo, hoy es mi día.
Voy a alegrar todo el alma mía.
Me voy pa'l pueblo, hoy es mi día. Voy a alegrar todo el alma mía.
Tanto como yo trabajo y nunca puedo irme al vacilo. No sé qué pasa con esa guajira que no le gusta el guante que hierro. Ahora mismo la voy a dejar en su bohío asando maíz. Me voy pa'l pueblo a tomarme un galón, y cuando vuelva
se acaba el carbón. Me voy pa'l pueblo, hoy es mi día, voy a alegrar todo el alma mía. Me voy pa'l pueblo, hoy es mi día, voy a alegrar todo el alma mía. Eso, eso.
Escúchenme bien, señores, llegaron las Colibrí para cantar sus canciones y hacerlos sonreír, alegrando corazones, volando van por allí para compartir su canto y sus colores, sí que sí.
Con sus faldas coloridas representando a la mujer, su belleza y su porte no es todo lo que posee, y aunque se no lo crea, también le van a cantar unos sones sin tacones, para ponerse a zapatear. Sones sin tacones, vamos a tocar.
Al estilo antiguo sus violines sonarán.
Sones en tacones, vamos a tocar.
Para demostrarles somos hembras de verdad. Eso de muchachas, y así se tocan.
Sones en tacones, vamos a tocar.
Al estilo antiguo sus violines sonarán.
Sones en tacones, vamos a tocar.
Para demostrarles somos hembras
de verdad.
Sí, señor.
Y que vivan las mujeres, sí, señor.
La mujer,
La mujer,
la mujer está presente. Rebosó, rebosó de Santa María, mestizas que bailan llenas de alboroto, entre los encantos mil de mi vaquería. Albarradas blancas, roca de los pozos, casitas de paca de la tierra mía. Albarradas blancas, roca de los pozos, casitas de paca de la tierra mía. ¡Hora, colibrí! Chacha bonita, jarana, vamos a ganar lugar, que hoy a la noche y mañana tenemos que zapatear. Saca tu terno bonito y tu cinta colorada, quiero que estés bien peinada cuando bailes el torito. ¡Eso!
Colorado me llevo y soy señores de Michoacán. Ya, hasta los más valedores al mirarme mustios se van. Traigo mi cuaco una silla que es de cuero, plata y marfil. Y dos pistolas al cinto para aquel que no entre el redil.
Que viva mi tierra Michoacán y denme charanda pa' brindar, que Juan Colorado aquí está ya, montado en su cuaco el huracán.
Por las montañas y valles en mi cuaco cruzo veloz, y cada pueblo que paso siempre dejo vivo un amor. Ya se va Juan Colorado, ya los vino aquí a saludar. Y que me busque, me encuentre por el rumbo de Apatzingán. Que viva mi tierra Michoacán y denme charanda pa' brindar, que Juan Colorado ya se va, montado su cuerpo el huracán. Que viva mi tierra Michoacán y denme charanda pa' brindar, que Juan Colorado ya se va, montado su cuerpo el huracán.
Estos son mis colibritos, sí señor. ¡Que viva México! Ay, pa' que viene un toro, ese relajo. Escóndete tras las trancas, chatita, que viene bravo. Y aviéntame tu rebozo, mi vida, pa' cabotearlo. Toro, entra de largo, ya mi perta chula, torito, te está mirando. Toro, toro relajo, ya te estoy quitando, torito, lo le he prestado. Ya te estoy quitando, torito, lo le he prestado. ¡Vámonos!
Chacha bonita, zapatos de raso bordado de seda te voy a comprar. Será más gracioso, más lindo tu paso y serás más ágil para zapatear. Ay, 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 ay.
Qué bonitos ojos tienes debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tienes, ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. hechicera como el candor de una rosa. Yeah. Si por pobre me desprecias, yo te concedo razón, yo te concedo razón. Si por pobre me desprecias, yo no te ofrezco riquezas, te ofrezco mi corazón, te ofrezco mi corazón a cambio de mis pobrezas. Salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa. Decir niña hermosa, quieres hechicera, que eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa, como el candor de una rosa. El sauce y la palma se mecen con calma, sus hojas se tiñen de una cara azul. Hermoso es el ruido del sauce y la palma, alma de mi alma, qué hermosa eres tú. Al romper el alba, la niebla ligera, qué hermoso es el sol, qué hermoso es la luna, qué dicha tan grande del hombre que espera, dulce compañera, qué hermosa eres tú. El sauce y la palma se mecen con calma, sus hojas se tiñen de nácar y azul. Qué hermoso es el ruido del sauce y la palma, alma de mi alma, qué hermosa eres tú. El sauce y la palma se mecen con calma, sus hojas se tiñen de un nácar y azul. Hermoso es el ruido del sauce y la palma, alma de mi alma, qué linda eres tú.
Qué triste es no ver esos ojos brillar, oh joven deliciosa, encanto de mi amor, porque eres un ángel bajado del cielo que le da consuelo a mi pobre corazón.
El sauce y la palma se mecen
por tu causa yo me vivo emborrachando, y ándale. Pero si vieras cómo son lindas estas borracheras, y ándale.
Pero ¿hasta cuándo dejan tus padres de andarte cuidando? Y ándale.
¿Y dónde están mis borrachitas, señor? Me dicen que soy un necio porque me ando emborrachando, y a pesar de tus desprecios yo quiero seguir pisteando, y ándale. Pero si vieras cómo son lindas estas borracheras, y ándale. Pero qué bellas paso las horas vaciando botellas, y ándale. Pero si vieras cómo son lindas estas borracheras, y ándale. Amor, me desvelo y vivo apasionada. Tengo un amor en mi vida, dejo para siempre amargo dolor. Pobre de mí, esta vida mejor que se acabe no es para mí. Pobre de mí, corazón, pobre de mí. Cuánto sufre mi pecho que late tan solo por ti. ¡Ay! Y ya no me cantes cigarra, que acabe tu sonsonete, que tu canto aquí en el alma como un puñal se me mete, sabiendo que cuando pregonando vas tu muerte bajo la sombra de un árbol, y al compás de mi guitarra canto alegre este guapango, porque la vida se acaba y quiero morir cantando como mueren las cigarras. Como dice Rosana. Ay, la la la. dos arbolitos
los veo solitos bajo el amparo santo y la luz del cielo. Nunca están separados uno del otro, porque así quiso Dios que los dos nacieran y con sus mismas ramas se hacen caricias, como si fueran novios que se quisieran. Arbolito, arbolito, bajo tu sombra voy a esperar que el día cansado muera. Y cuando estoy solita mirando al cielo, que me mande una compañera. Arbolito, arbolito, me siento sola. Quiero que me acompañes hasta que muera. La fiesta charra, fiesta del sol. De los charros valientes ten con su canto la evocación. Que arriba su festejo que huele a surco y a tradición. Remiego de la faena más campirana de mi nación. Bonito es el caribeo y cuanto su animación. Yo quiero montar un toro pa' que me mire mi amor. Upa-yupa-yu, upa-yupa-yu. Yo quiero montar un toro pa' que me mire mi amor. Ay, ay, ay. Luz
you're gonna lose a good thing. This is my last time. I'm not asking anymore. 'Cause if you don't do it right, I'm gonna march right out of that door. And if you don't believe in me, just try it, Daddy. You'll lose a good thing. Lose a good thing. Oh, yes, you will. You'll lose a good thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm giving you one more chance. You'll lose a good thing.
rayos me pasa a mí? Que quiero llorar gritando. Maldito sea tu amor, como te estoy adorando. Qué suerte me pago yo. Quisiera no haber nacido, porque te fui a conocer y eres un caso perdido. Y un día te fuiste de mí, hoy vuelves. Demonios, ¿qué hago? Si te perdono, ¿pa' qué? Si te maldigo, ¿qué gano? Mejor tú sigue feliz y a mí que me lleve el diablo. Ay, ay. Aunque malgastes el tiempo sin mi cariño, y aunque no quieras este amor que yo te ofrezco, y aunque no quieras pronunciar mi humilde nombre, de cualquier modo yo te seguiré queriendo. Yo sé que nunca podrás jamás amarme, que a tu cariño llegué demasiado tarde. No me desprecies, no es mi culpa, no seas malo, porque tú eres con quien quiero enamorarme. ¿Qué daño puedo hacerte con quererte? Si no me quieres tú, yo te comprendo. Perfectamente sé que no nací yo para ti, pero ¿qué puedo hacer si ya te quiero? No hay necesidad que me desprecies. Tú ponte en mi lugar a ver qué harías. La diferencia entre tú y yo tal vez sería, corazón, que yo en tu lugar. ¡Qué cosa chiquitita! Que yo en tu lugar, sí, sí te amaría. Debí llegar y sentir lo que nunca jamás había sentido. Te quise amar y tu amor no era fuego, no era lumbre. Las distancias apartan las ciudades destruyen las costumbres. Te dije adiós y pediste que nunca te olvidara. Te dije adiós y sentí de tu amor otra vez la fuerza extraña.
que borres, que limpies, que cambies. La huella de mis besos tendrás en la cara. Quedarán otros besos que tapen los míos, más por debajo de ellos los míos lucirán. Y hasta cuando en la tierra otra tierra te tape, allí estarán mis besos pegados siempre a ti. Podrás cambiar de nombre, de patria, de todo. Y eso mero, chiquitita.
Ay, chiquitita.
Y tú,
¿qué te creías? El rey de todo el mundo. Y tú que nunca fuiste capaz de perdonar. Muy cruel y despiadado, de todo te reías. Hoy imploras cariño, aunque sea por piedad. ¿A dónde está tu orgullo? ¿A dónde está el coraje? Porque hoy que estás vencido, mendigas caridad. Ya ves que no es lo mismo amar que ser amado, ya que estás acabado en las mameras. Maldito.
no se me canse, chiquitita.
Maldito corazón, me alegro que ahora sufras, que llores y te humilles ante este gran amor. La vida es la ruleta que apostamos todos, que a ti te había tocado no más la de ganar. Pero hoy tu buena suerte, la espalda te ha volteado. Váyase corazón, no vuelvas, no vuelvas a apostar. ¡Hey! Y con las palmas, señores. ¡Uja!
En mi tierra mexicana nos morimos entonando una canción. Los rebozos son cananas y las balas del rugido del cañón, con el clarín que tocará el himno de la libertad. Las mujeres y los hombres por la patria dan su vida con valor. Valentina y Jesucita ya pelearon pero nunca morirán, y la morita morirá peleando al lado de su Juan. Ay, yo me muero donde quiera y en la raya la primera yo me juego el corazón. Échale, chula. Allí en la trinchera me muero de veras por mi patria.
Desde el día en que nos casamos hasta la fecha trabajando estoy. Quiero que sepas que no estoy dispuesto a enterrar mi vida en un rincón. Es lindo el campo, muy bien, ya lo sé, pero pa'l pueblo voy echando el pie. Si tú no vienes, mejor es así, pues yo no sé lo que será de mí. Me voy pa'l pueblo, hoy es mi día, voy a alegrar todo el alma mía. Me voy pa'l pueblo, hoy es mi día, voy a alegrar todo el alma mía. La 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 la. Thank you for joining us. We were Tres Souls, Jesus, Rocio,
and Roberto.
We're gonna play our last song of the evening. It's called "We Belong Together." It's a classic oldie but goodie. Remember to follow us on Instagram. We also have a website, tresouls.com.
You can also find our music on Spotify, on YouTube, and all the musical platforms. You're mine, and we belong together. Yes, we belong together for eternity. You're mine, your lips belong to me. Yes, they belong to only me. For eternity. You're mine, my baby, and you will always be. I swear by everything I own, you'll always, always be mine. You're mine, and we belong together. Yes, we belong together for eternity. Yes, we belong together. For eternity.
Hello there, thank you for joining us today. Today we'll be reading one of our favorite books. And today I'm joined by my two boys.
Hi, I'm Sebastian.
Hi, I'm Max.
And there's Fluffy.
The Fluffy, my little puppy.
So we'll be reading today The Best Mariachi in the World, El Mejor Mariachi del Mundo. And it's written by J.D. Smith and illustrated by Danny Jones. But I want to get us started with a little bit of history. Yep. Mariachis have been playing music since about 1880. Some people believe the name mariachi was a kind of tree used to make stages and musical instruments that mariachis played. Most mariachi bands have Spanish guitarra, a bass guitar with a rounded back, guitarrón, a high-pitched guitar with 5 strings, viola, violins, and at least 2 trumpets. All right, so here's our book.
Let's do this.
Gustavo was the worst mariachi in the world. Everyone in the family band could play an instrument, but not Gustavo. He did not play songs at weddings or at restaurants. He did not wear un traje de racho or un sombrero.
Let's go turn the page.
Sometimes he reached for the bow of his brother Raimundo's violin. Raimundo quietly said, "Don't touch the bow of my violin. You might break it. It's not for you." Sometimes Gustavo tried to play his Uncle Enrique's brass trumpet. Uncle Enrique gently said, "Put down la trompeta. You might drop it. It is not for you." Gustavo did not even try to pick up his father's guitarrón. It was taller than he was. Look how big it is.
Yeah, that's big.
It is big, huh?
I'm going to turn this page, okay?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Gustavo wondered how it would feel to strum the long strings, the long cuerdas. He imagined everyone would listen. People would look at him. The man and woman would get up and dance. All the children would dance and clap. Hold on, buddy. He would be Gustavo, the great mariachi. But that would never happen. No one would let him play. He would always be the worst mariachi in the world. See, he's still very sad.
Yeah, it is. I'm still turn that page.
Oh, thank you. Even his cousins would not let him play with their guitarrón or tocar una trompeta or violin. They would say, "This is not for you." Gustavo thought, "I want to be in the band, in La Banda Mariachi. But what can I do?" Look, see, all the family members have their instruments. A ver.
This can help you.
Gracias.
Let me get this one.
Gustavo got up one morning before dawn. He looked out into the desert and saw the cacti. The sahueros stood like huge trees. The nopales lay close to the ground. The sky was a black ball of stars. Somewhere, an owl hooted. A coyote padded over the sand. Everything was beautiful. No one was there to play, but he had to stand up and sing. He just had to cantar.
I'm going to turn this page.
Thanks. Welcome. Gracias. He sang softly at first, barely moving his lips. The next day, he got up a little earlier. He sang in a whisper. See, he's trying. The day after that, Gustavo cantó a little bit louder. The following day, he sang louder still. He did not think about where he was or how early it was. Before the first rooster crowed, before the first light of day peeked out from the east, Gustavo sang and cantó at the top of his voice. One by one, the lights in the houses came on. A man called out, "What is happening?" A woman wondered, "Who is that?" A child asked, "Who is that cantante?" See, look at all the lights.
Loopity-uppity-uppity.
Yeah, what is getting up? Yep. Gustavo kept singing. He sang of traveling man, he sang of faraway places and of coming home again. He sang all the songs he knew. He sang all las canciones that he knew like it was his own name.
I'm going to turn this next page.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I love you.
I love you too. A crowd of people came out to listen. At last, Gustavo finished singing. He was done with his canciones. He turned to go inside. It was time to feed the chickens.
Go to that page for you.
Thanks. The people started to clap. They liked his singing. They were clapping for sus canto. Gustavo, they called out, "Bravo." They kept clapping. Women waved their handkerchiefs. Look how happy they are.
Yep.
Están felices.
I'm going to turn this next page for you.
Thanks. His brother gave him a big hug and said, "You are a real mariachi." His father said, "You, my son, just may be the best mariachi in the world." Look, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm going to turn this page for you to me when I turn it.
Okay. His cousins carried Gustavo, the best mariachi, into the house. They made him a huge breakfast. Then they fed the chickens for him. Mira las tortillas.
Tortillas. Yes. Let's go to that page for you.
Okay. The next time the band played, Gustavo wore un traje de charro. He wore un sombrero and he sang las canciones that have brought everyone outside. All the people clapped and cheered. He took off his sombrero and took a deep bow. This, Gustavo thought, is for me. The end. Did you guys like it?
I loved it.
Loved it? I hope you enjoyed it. This is one of our favorite books.
Ya no estás más a mi lado, corazón. En el alma solo tengo soledad. Y si yo no puedo verte, porque Dios me hizo quererte para hacerme sufrir más. Ya no estás más a mi lado, corazón. En el alma solo tengo soledad. Y si yo no puedo verte, porque Dios me hizo quererte para hacerme sufrir más. Siempre fuiste la razón de mi existir. Adorarte para mí fue religión. En tus besos yo encontraba el calor que me brindaba el amor y la pasión. Es la historia de un amor como no hay otro igual, que me hizo comprender todo el bien, todo el mal, que le dio luz a mi vida, apagándola después. Ay, qué vida tan oscura, sin tu amor no viviré. Es la historia de un amor. Es la historia de un amor como no hay otro igual, que me hizo comprender todo el bien, todo el mal, que le dio luz a mi vida, apagándola después. Ay, qué vida tan oscura, sin tu amor no viviré. Es la historia de un amor.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us. We are Tres Souls, like Rocio mentioned. To my left, Jesus Martinez, directly from Oaxaca, Echo Park.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are very happy to be here with you. To the right, we have Roberto Carlos, also from Oaxaca, Koreatown, on the guitar and second voice.
And our lead singer from Women, Rocio Libertad Mendoza from Colima, Highland Park.
Hola, hola. Happy to be here. Y vamos a seguir. We're going to continue with more music. Deja que salga la luna, deja que se oculte el sol, deja que caiga la noche pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas se llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debe el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti, tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo más y más, y sé que noche tras noche va creciendo diciendo más y más. Deja que salga la luna. De colores se visten los campos en la primavera. De colores son los pajaritos que vienen de afuera. De colores es el arco iris que vemos lucir, y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí, y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Canta el gallo con el kiri, 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 kiri. La gallina con el cara, 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 cara. Los polluelos con el pío, 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 pío. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí.
Me cansé de rogarle, me cansé de decirle que yo sin ella de pena muero. Ya no quiso escucharme, si sus labios se abrieron fue para decirme ya no te quiero. Yo sentí que mi vida se perdía en un abismo profundo y negro como mi suerte. Quise hallar el olvido al estilo Jalisco, pero aquellos mariachis y aquel tequila me hicieron llorar. Me cansé de rogarle, con el llanto en los ojos alcé mi copa y brindé con ella. no podía despreciarme. En el último brindis de un bohemio con una reina, los mariachis callaron. De mi mano sin fuerza cayó mi copa sin darme cuenta que se quiso quedarse cuando vio mi tristeza, pero ya estaba escrito que aquella noche perdiera su amor. Este amor apasionado anda todo alborotado por volver. Voy camino a la locura y aunque todo me tortura, sé querer. Nos dejamos hace tiempo, pero me llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver. Y volver, volver. Otra vez llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver, volver. Hace tiempo, pero me llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver y volver. Volver, volver a tus brazos otra vez. Llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver. Ay, ay, ay. That song was called Volver, Volver. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are Tres Souls. Our mission is to relive and celebrate bolero music from the 1940s. And this next song is called Perdón. The translation in English is called Perdón.
Perdón, vida de mi vida. amor mío, pide tu perdón. Si tú sabes que te quiero, tú sabes corazón, que te quiero de corazón, con todo el corazón. Tú eres el anhelo de mi única ilusión, de mi única ilusión. Venga a mis angustias, la dicha que me halaga, un poco de amor. Cuando ama mi pobre corazón. Si tú sabes que te quiero, tú sabes que te quiero de corazón, con todo el corazón. Tú eres el anhelo de mi única ilusión, de mi única ilusión. Venga a mis angustias con un poco de amor. Cuando ama mi pobre corazón.
Thank you. We're going to continue with some more music, from a bolero to a classic ranchera for you all. Change it up.
Cántale, Rocío.
Por tu amor que tanto quiero y tanto extraño, que me sirvan otra copa y a muchas más, que me sirvan de una vez pa' todo el año, que me pienso seriamente emborrachar. Si te cuentan que me vieron muy borracho, orgulloso, ven y diles que es por ti, porque yo tendré el valor de no negarlo. Gritaré que por tu amor me estoy matando, y sabrás que por tus besos me perdí. Para adelante ya el amor no me interesa. Cantaré por todo el mundo mi dolor y mi tristeza, porque sé que en este golpe ya no voy a levantarme, y aunque yo no lo quisiera.
My name is Marcela Valle, and I'm going to be walking you through how to make sugar skulls. Sugar skulls is a form of sugar art used during Dia de los Muertos to represent a soul of a departed loved one, and we place it on the ofrenda to honor them. Today's method is a method I learned on a great website called MexicanSugarSkull.com, and not only do they have great steps, they also have great materials and more history on them if you would like to learn about it. Let's get started. Now to make the sugar skulls, these are the items and ingredients you'll need. Of course, the sugar skull mold. This is a large sugar skull mold. Because it's a large, it actually comes with two sides, the front and the back, if you want a full skull. For today's purpose, I'm only going to be making the front half of the skull, which you can lay flat. You'll also need a mixing bowl, granulated sugar, meringue powder. This can be found at any craft store or Walmart, and water. For today's measurements, I'll be doing 1 cup of sugar, 1 teaspoon of meringue powder. Before you add the water, go ahead and mix the dry ingredients together. By mixing the sugar and the meringue, you will avoid clotting of the meringue powder. Meringue powder is an egg substitute. All right, once you mix the dry ingredients, then add 1 teaspoon of water. It doesn't seem like a lot, but you'll see the difference once you begin to mix. Now you can get both hands in there and mix it until you begin to receive a snowy texture. Be sure to break down any clumps that may form, especially if the meringue powder did not mix well with the sugar at first and it begins to clump with the water. You can find those yellow areas and break them down. I like doing small batches at a time because you get a feel for the consistency that the sugar and the meringue powder and water should get to, so that it not only goes in the mold nicely, but also limits the possibility of dissolving or cracking. Now you want to get to a consistency where it's not like sand, it doesn't fall through your fingers, but you can also make a small snowball. Now once you feel you have a great consistency, then you can begin to pack your mold. When you begin to pack your mold, especially if you have a mold that has very intricate detail, you want to make sure to do it layer by layer and make sure to try to fill in all the cracks as best you can. It'll make for a more accurate sugar skull and also to prevent cracking when it hardens. Just make sure your mold is clean and free of any dust or particles when you begin to pack the sugar, because it can harden with it and cause cracks. Once you pack it, if you have excess sugar, make sure you shave it off to leave it flat, because this will sit flat to harden. Here's the tricky part. Once you have your mold packed, you'll have to flip it quickly so that the sugar doesn't fall out completely. If it falls out completely, it's okay, because it hasn't hardened. You can just scoop it back into the mold and try again. If you don't have a baking pan, make sure you're flipping it on a flat surface, either a cardboard or a table with a cloth on it. You don't want to do this on a rainy day because the humidity can prevent the sugar from hardening. And you also want to make sure the area is not disturbed. So any bumps could potentially cause it to fall apart, or you don't want to leave it outside because then you can get the critters, the ants. So keep it in a safe, dry area as well as a dry environment. Try this again. And move it very carefully. And now we leave it to harden at least 2 to 3 hours or overnight, whatever your preference is. While you're waiting for the skulls to dry, if you want to check on them, I like to tap the sides just to see if it's hardened or if it needs more time. Next, we're going to make the royal icing. The royal icing is made to decorate as well as hold sugar skulls together. If you make the front and back for large skulls, you'll need powdered sugar, meringue powder, water, and food coloring. Make sure the food coloring is non-water based so that it doesn't dissolve your sugar skulls. You'll also need a hand mixer and some cups to separate the icing once you separate your food coloring, and some piping or some plastic bags if you're just doing a small amount like I am today. I've mixed the water, the powdered sugar, and the meringue powder together. So since I'm making a small amount, I did a 1/3 cup of water, 1/4 cup of meringue powder, and 1 pound of powdered sugar. Typically the bags at the store will come at 2 pounds, so I just did about half of the bag. If you want to do more, you can double the measurements. I've mixed the royal icing. It will be hard and it can harden quickly. So once you get that tough consistency, then you're ready to split it into cups and add your colors. I've separated my icing into cups so you can separate the colors. For non-water-based food coloring, it's very concentrated, so you can use 1 to 2 drops at a time, and you can add as you would like the color to change, and mix it well. See how the color has changed? If you want it darker, you can add more. If you want it lighter, add less. This is to your liking. I have my 3 colors in my tubing bags and my sugar skull ready to decorate. You can decorate to your liking. Depending on the size of the tubing bag will depend on how intricate you can make your design, but it's completely your own. Once your skulls are hardened and you can decorate, they're ready for your ofrenda to honor your loved ones that have passed. Thank you.
No me interesa. Cantaré por todo el mundo mi dolor y mi tristeza, porque sé que en este golpe ya no voy a levantarme, y aunque yo no lo quisiera, voy a morirme de
Rocio. In 2019, we're recording an album, our first EP album called Boleros Made in LA. You can find it on Spotify or iTunes. And one of those songs that we're going to play here tonight, the next song is called La Luna Eres Tú, which is an original song, and Jesus could tell you more about it.
Yeah, like Roberto said, we came out with an EP in 2019, and we wanted to write some original music, so we decided to do it in the style of bolero music, since we all grew up with that style of music, and we appreciate it so much. And not only do we appreciate it, but we also want to continue the culture that our parents have given us. And this song is called La Luna Eres Tú. It was, we began to write it off of a rap song by Talib Kweli called Beautiful, and we hope you enjoy it.
Porque me atraes como la luna atrae a los mares, y si yo soy el mar admirable, la luna eres tú. Donde brotan mis sueños eternos, muy hondo es el amor que te tengo y no vivo sin ti. Porque me atraes como la luna atrae a los mares, y si yo soy el mar admirable, la luna eres tú. Porque me atraes como la luna atrae a los mares, y si yo soy el mar admirable, la luna eres tú.
Thank you very much. This next song is also an original. It's called Anoche Yo Te Vi. And as you're watching this concert, we also invite you to follow our Instagram, tag us, let us know that you're watching, and hopefully you're enjoying our music.
Anoche yo te vi, en mis sueños yo sentí que todo fue cierto. Me llamaste por mi nombre, el que solo tú conoces, y se detuvo el tiempo. Los recuerdos de la infancia, tú y yo sin la distancia, el tiempo en su ausencia. Caminos y aventuras, tragos y locuras, libres de la vida. Canto por tu amor y brindo por tu vida. En mi soledad sufro tu partida. A mi alrededor encuentro tu esencia. Río por los recuerdos. De la infancia, tú y yo sin la distancia, el tiempo en su ausencia, caminos y aventuras, tragos y locuras, libres de la vida. Canto por tu amor y brindo por tu vida. En mi soledad sufro tu partida. A mi alrededor encuentro tu esencia, río por los recuerdos y lloro por tu adiós.
Anoche yo te vi. You can also find a music video that we recorded in San Pedro, California. You can find it on our YouTube page, Tres Souls. And like we mentioned, tag us on Instagram. Tag us, let us know how you're feeling, if you're enjoying the music. We're on Tres Souls on Instagram.
On Instagram and also on Facebook. You can find us on Facebook if Facebook is your social media of choice. We're going to go to a classic song with this next song. One of the first songs that I learned, probably one of the first songs that you guys learned as well. Piel Canela by Los Panchos.
Huepa, huepa.
Que se quede el infinito sin estrellas, o que pierde el ancho mar su inmensidad, pero el negro de tus ojos que no muera y el canela de tu piel se quede igual. Si perdiera el arco iris su belleza, las flores su perfume y su color, no sería tan inmensa mi tristeza como aquella de quedarme sin tu amor. Me importas tú y tú y tú y solamente tú y tú y tú. Me importas tú y tú y tú y nadie más que tú. Ojos negros, piel canela que me llegan a desesperar. Me importas tú, ojos negros, tu piel canela. Ay, me importas tú, nadie más que tú.
Eso, Chuy.
Si perdiera el arco iris su belleza, y las flores su perfume y su color, no sería tan inmensa mi tristeza como aquella de quedarme sin tu.
One, two, three, four.
Si nos dejan, nos vamos a querer toda la vida.
llevo de la mano, corazón, y ahí nos vamos. Si nos dejan, buscamos un rincón cerca del cielo. Si nos dejan, haremos de las nubes terciopelo. Y ahí, juntitos los dos, cerquita de Dios, será lo que soñamos. Si nos dejan, te llevo de la mano, corazón, y ahí nos vamos. Si nos dejan, nos olvidamos. Si nos dejan, si nos dejan. Todos me dicen el negro, llorona, negro, pero cariñoso. Todos me dicen el negro, llorona, negro, pero cariñoso. Hermoso huipín, llevabas llorona que la Virgen te creí. Hermoso huipín, llevabas llorona que la Virgen te creí. Ay de mi llorona, llorona de ayer y hoy. Ay de mi llorona, llorona de ayer y hoy. Tápame con tu rebozo, llorona, porque me muero de frío. Tápame con tu rebozo, llorona, porque me muero de frío. Todos me dicen el negro llorona, el negro pero cariñoso. Todos me dicen el negro llorona, negro pero cariñoso. Ayer maravilla fui llorona y ahora mi sombra soy. Ayer maravilla fui llorona y ahora mi sombra soy. Ay de mi llorona, 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 llévame al río. Ay de mi llorona, 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 llévame al río. No dejaré de quererte, llorona, y aunque la vida me cueste, no dejaré de quererte, llorona, y aunque la vida me cueste.
Le canto a la de pelo blanco, la que me da su amor sin condición. A mi madre querida yo le canto la canción que guardaba dentro del corazón. Madrecita querida, es su amor tan inmenso como el amor de Dios. Es su madrecita, este viernes santo, las estrellas del cielo brillarán en su honor. El canto de las aves, el murmullo del viento, se unirán a mi voz para decirte, madre, que tu amor es tan grande como el amor de Dios. Madrecita querida, es tu amor tan inmenso como el amor de Dios. Por eso, madrecita, este día de su santo, las estrellas del cielo brillarán en su honor. El canto de las aves, el murmullo del viento, se unirán a mi voz para decirte, madre, que tu amor es tan grande como el amor de Dios. Para decirte, madre, que tu amor es tan grande como el amor de Dios.
Paloma blanca, hoy te vengo a saludar, saludando a tu belleza en tu reino celestial. Eres madre del Creador, que a mi corazón encanta. Gracias te doy con amor. Buenos días, paloma blanca. Desde el cielo una hermosa mañana, desde el cielo una hermosa mañana, la guadalupana, la guadalupana, la guadalupana bajo el tepeyac, la guadalupana, la guadalupana, la guadalupana bajo el tepeyac.
A ti, Virgencita, mi guadalupana, yo quiero ofrecerte un canto valiente que México entero te brinda sonriente. Yo quiero decirte lo que tú ya sabes, que México te ama, que nunca está triste, porque de nombrarte el alma se inflama.
Tu nombre es Arrullo y el mundo lo sabe, eres nuestro orgullo, mi México es tuyo, tú guardas las llaves. Que viva la reina de los mexicanos, la que con sus manos sembró rosas bellas y puso en el cielo millares de estrellas.
I hope you have been enjoying Mariachi Fest today. I am Napoleon and I am back to speak with Cindy Shea, local legend and founder of Mariachi Divas de Cindy Shea and Mariachi Spectacular. Welcome, Cindy. So honored to have you here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
So let's get started. First, can you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got started in mariachi?
It's a super long story, so let me see how to condense this baby. Well, I've been playing trumpet since I was 8 years old, and that's a long time, if you know how old I am. And I started the Mariachi Divas 1999. I started performing mariachi music in about 98. 99, I decided to start my own band because that's just the type of person I am. I like to kind of be in control of the way I do things, or the style that we play, which is kind of how Divas played out, being very unique and original from the beginning. I had a background in classical music and jazz, and I had gone to Cal State Fullerton for 5 years as a music ed major, and then got a full ride scholarship with Arturo Sandoval, legendary Cuban trumpet player, to go to Florida International University on a full ride with him under jazz performance. So I left to Miami and spent a good time out there, learning the jazz scene and of course the salsa scene and all that. And my first professional gig, I guess you could say, other than, local church gigs and that sort of stuff in high school, my first professional gig was actually playing with a very famous salsa artist here in LA named Yari More, and he was the official backup group for Celia Cruz. So she was my first boss. So anybody who knows the Queen of Salsa, I was pretty lucky at 18 years old to be able to stand behind her and her husband, directing the band and get those experiences. So I definitely had a heavy influence in Latin music before jumping into the mariachi. It wasn't completely foreign to me, speaking the language and learning about the culture, but the regional Mexican side was definitely new when it was introduced to me. And interesting enough, lucky enough, the first year I started the Divas, I had the opportunity to actually start touring with a big named artist named Joan Sebastian, who's passed away, but he was a very famous composer who not only sang his songs, but also gave them to Vicente Fernandez and Lucero and Pepe Aguilar, and the list goes on and on and on. And when I started touring with him, not as a mariachi, just as a musician, I learned so much about the regional Mexican side, which norteño, banda, mariachi, everything. So he kind of became my Mexican dad. And while I was developing the Divas, he gave me the side that I didn't have, and understanding that part of the culture. And where the combination came in of the flavor of the Divas was pretty much because of my background and because of what I'd done. And then, of course, jumping into the mariachi scene, I had to, understand fully what I was performing. You can't go perform Jose Alfredo Jimenez songs and not understand who he was or the contribution to music he gave. So that's where the mix came in, where we ended up being a multicultural group. Unexpectedly, just my friends in the music business were from everywhere. And often when people speak Spanish here in LA or anywhere, they don't ask where you're from. A lot of people here, unfortunately, just assume, oh, you speak Spanish, you're from Mexico. And I found a lot of that. And it really bothered me because I had lived in Miami and there were so many different cultures. I always asked, where are you from? I wanted to learn the dialect and the accents. And, oh, you're from Colombia, you're from Venezuela, you're from Puerto Rico. You're from Cuba, I can't understand you, and then I ended up sounding more Cuban and Dominican than Mexican when I speak Spanish. And I found it so intriguing and interesting, and the different styles of singing and dance and food and culture and dress and in every aspect, that I started asking people, where are you from? And little by little, Divas became this really amazing international group with women from all over the world, not just their parents, but them actually born in, Panama or Colombia, Argentina, Cuba, and it just became beautiful, a beautiful mix. And that's where the style came in, where we decided, hey, why not add some flutes, and why not add a little percussion if we feel like it, if we're playing a cumbia or we're playing a cha-cha-cha. And when we play the traditional mariachi stuff, we'll keep it as traditional as we can, but it's going to be with our flavor, because everybody gives their own gift from where they're from, including myself being a gringa, Irish, Italian, American, jazz background. You can definitely hear, the jazz flavor, sometimes little Herb Alpert, sometimes little Miles, it depends what we're playing, come out in my style through the way I use my vibrato, through my trumpet, and the way I phrase is just a little different. So instead of me trying to be something I'm not, I decided to stay true to who I am, but still try to capture the style as best as I was able to, but still be me. And that's what I pretty much encouraged all the Divas to do throughout the last 22 years that we've been in business, and hopefully 22 more. But that's kind of where we're at. And so those of you who have heard the Divas would know that we like to change it up, and in a 1 hour show, you're going to get a little bit of everything. You're going to get, of course, the traditional classics. You're going to get a little bit of English too, maybe Spanglish, because we have a lot of Chicanos and, people that don't speak Spanish in our shows. You're going to get the sad songs that make you want to cry, but in a good way. And you're going to get the happy songs, that make you want to dance and you want to throw those gritos mexicanos. And we do stuff for kids too, because of course, for those of you who don't know, we're definitely home to Anaheim, where we spent the last 18 years at the Disneyland Resort performing. And that's was my other home until the pandemic hit and hit us very hard. And we miss it immensely and dearly. So that my heart is definitely with all the cast members over there getting back into it. And I pray that at some point they'll be able to put entertainment back and remember that the Divas belong at Disney, I hope. And that's our other part of our home. So a lot of time we go to shows and the kids want to hear, It's a Small World or something from Coco. And we like to kind of include everything. and give a show to all three generations and just everyone out there. And that's where we're at. You know, I'm currently about to release I believe it's my 17th album, Mariachi Divas album.
Congratulations, that's huge.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. I know it's a lot of albums. Through the pandemic, we actually built our own music studio. I'm in it right now. So we have our own Divas music studio where we record now and I produce. I'm learning to engineer now also so I can record. I engineered a bunch of things also during the pandemic and collaborations and all that good stuff. So the next album is going to be a tribute to Armando Manzanero, an amazing composer who passed away because of COVID, I believe. And if you love Luis Miguel, you love Armando Manzanero because he basically, all those romantic songs are from him, a lot of them. And so we're excited to release that beautiful album May 28th. And that's kind of what we're doing now. And we're just getting back into things. I had mentioned earlier, I was running and I'm late and I'm sorry. And but we just literally got off a tour. We went to Houston, Texas and played at Miller Outdoor Stadium. And it was the first show since March 2020 that they had. So we got to open it up and it was half virtual, half house. And we went to Oklahoma and did a show and then came home and I was at a casino the other night and we're going to another one on Sunday. And I'm like, wow, we're moving again. So this is cool. Like we're out there doing things. And one thing I will say about mariachis and the importance of it to not only myself for work and for the love of it and for the musicians, but to the world is it truly was proven during this pandemic that it is an essential music. Mariachi music is an essential music. I think we're the only musicians that I could see, and at least in LA, Orange County area, that literally kept going through the whole pandemic and gave that support and love to people that needed it, who were having their family members pass away, or quinceañeras were flying by, weddings were happening through Zooms and cell phones. And we were able to jump on those calls or through those windows and give a little bit of normalcy, I guess. And it was definitely hard, you know, to put a lot of people, to say goodbye to a lot of people through our music that I loved. Personally, I attended a lot of funerals that I played that I have people that I loved passed. And music has a different meaning to me now. It's not just a job or, something I have to do to survive. It's something that we have to do as people for one another. Whether a paycheck comes along or not, I realize the importance of how healing it is and what a great responsibility I have, not only as a musician, but as a musician wearing a mariachi suit, representing Mexico, and how important this music has become to the entire world. Was truly proven in 2020. So it's been quite a year. And I thank you for allowing us to do this through a virtual type event, because in the moment you asked us, it still wasn't safe to be out there completely. And it's pretty awesome that you're doing this. And hopefully someday we can get back to your stage, because I know we opened up at Chapman when you first made that beautiful auditorium and did a beautiful show. And I would love to get back over there live.
Oh, definitely. Oh my gosh, Cindy, you are so amazing and you have such a great story to tell, and you span so much time, and all of your references and crossing music and just everything you are and everything you bring to the art form is just so important and so impactful. And we are so happy and honored to have you back in this virtual way. And yeah, we definitely will want to have you back in person when we get back to that, hopefully in the late fall. But I just wanted to say thank you so much. And what the thing is that's actually really amazing is you are so thorough and so precise and exact, and you touched on so many things and expansive in your response to that first question. You actually covered all of my questions within that answer, because I was going to ask about why is mariachi so important? What have you done to get through the pandemic? And then what are you doing next? So we've kind of already covered those things. Something else I wanted to talk to you about was the impact of women in mariachi music. Can you speak to that?
Well, I can tell you when we first started in 1999, it was very rare to see female mariachi musicians, which is why it was so special when I was invited to be part of Mariachi Las Alondras as, a musician, not ever had played mariachi before. I believe Colibrí is going to be part of your show. Yeah, and the founder of Colibrí was actually an original Alondra. So I was able to join in that group of inspiring musicians, and they taught me a lot, about the music, and it was cool to start out not knowing anything with a clean slate, because absorb everybody, and you just learn so much at one moment. It's almost overwhelming. And I realized I realized really quickly how determined these women were in my circle that I had just jumped into to do it on their own. They were, we can do this. We can do just as good as the boys. And knowing how powerful and strong they wanted to be, I saw a lot of pain from their past, maybe being told, you can't do this because you're a woman. You can't play this music. You can't be in the music business because maybe the Latin side, Mexican households tend to, the man, back in the day, the man would work and the woman would sit home. What do you mean you're not going to be out in bars and cantinas working? And I saw that these women were showing, no, we are educated. We went to college, we have degrees, and we're playing music, and we're single moms, and we're married moms, and we're everything. We can do it all just like a man. And I saw that strength, and I agreed with that completely. I had also come from a world where I was told you can't do this. It didn't really have much to do with my culture background, more than the fact that I picked up a trumpet, which was a boy's instrument. So it was more towards my instrument. Like, what do you mean you can't play trumpet? You're a girl. But imagine when I jumped into the mariachi world, I had so many marks against me. I was female. I was running a group. When I started my own band, I was a boss now. I was a gringa, and I was playing trumpet in a male-dominated music. So, it was powerful. And little by little, I realized every mariachi restaurant that you walked into would have a male group. And if anything, they had one female with them. My idea with the Divas was, if we could get that one female out of every restaurant, that gets to sing one song an hour. Yeah. Oh, she's just the token girl. Let's make sure she's pretty and sings one pretty song, and we'll use her to be that girl. And it's like, no, she can sing the whole hour if you want. She's strong,
Yes.
So we can get all those women together and showcase the strength and drive, how powerful that would be. And that's kind of where the Divas came along. And everybody said, why diva? I got a lot of critica, people being critical in 1999 when I chose that name, because in that moment there was no, WW wrestling divas, and there wasn't, barely the VH1 diva. So people considered diva in that moment, Aretha Franklin or Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston. And that's exactly what I thought. I said, why not? Why can't we be the mariachi diva? Why not? And I wanted a name that could be translated into any language the same. I didn't want to choose a name that I couldn't even pronounce correctly. It's like, oh, this is my band, and I can't pronounce my own name because it's got some, accent that I can't say correctly. And I knew we had, women from Japan and from Switzerland. Not everybody was Mexican or American. It was a wide range. So I thought diva is perfect because you just can't change it. It's diva. It's diva no matter where you're from. And everybody would know that diva means talented, number one, beautiful, strong, just everything that you think of when you, well, not the bad stuff, not the, I'm a diva, I want blue M&Ms in my cup when I go on the stage, no, not that kind of diva, but strong and talented. So it's been a hard road for the women of mariachi. I'm not somebody that grew up with it. I grew up on a different side. So I'm not the best person to ask about growing up with that kind of, no, you can't do this. Because I had very, very open doors and very welcoming doors. And my only problem, like I said, was why aren't you playing the flute or being a cheerleader when I was 9 or 8 when I picked it up? It wasn't cultural for me. And it wasn't, I was never put down because of the music. It was always invited. Like when I played in the salsa bands, it was like, cool, let's do this. It was never about me being a woman. It was about my instrument. So for me, it was more of like what I saw. This is my opinion and what I view, but I can't say from personal experience as a woman, I was hurt. I can say from personal experience as a female gringa band leader in the world of mariachi, it's been very hard. Yes, very, very, very hard. Right. And I think that was my problem. I think that was my biggest battle, was just proving like I have a place here. No, I'm sorry. I didn't grow up in a Mexican household. I didn't grow up speaking Spanish. I didn't grow up listening to all these beautiful songs, but why can't I start now? Why can't I be the door that opens up for so many new people and new ears, because they're visually going to see a group that they know is not from Mexico and say, hey, if they can do it, I can do it too. Or if they can do it, my daughter can do it. And how many doors have opened because of that. And I feel like I became that outlet, you know, for people to say, hey, I can do that. If she can do it, I can do it. And even winning the Grammys, you know, that was a really big deal in 2009, being the first female mariachi to ever be nominated for a Grammy. And to win that same year with such a prestigious group like Mariachi Los Camperos, winning together, huge. 2 mariachis making history that day. And since that point, how many women now have recorded and produced their own albums, written their own music, submitted to the Grammys, become Grammy winners themselves or Latin Grammy winners. And I think that's so cool. Like, there's no competition. There's no competition in this business. And I think that people have the wrong idea. They assume because I'm a band leader that I'm in competition with everybody. And the way I look at it is it's an honor. I feel like it's an honor. Anybody who has left my band or we've worked together at some point and has been successful means we did good things together. We learned from one another and we became leaders together. And as leaders, we're building other leaders through new generations. And that's what I feel absolutely about your other groups. You know, I'm very proud that they're successful, because if they weren't successful, what does that say about the time I had with them? Did I not influence them? Did we not influence one another? And education is everything. And I encourage that in my shows too. And, you know, definitely want to say that, being here in a college environment, that you can do it all. You can be a rock star, you can get a degree. I've had at least 5 women through my band in the last 2 decades that have been doctorates of music. And that's pretty amazing. So
definitely.
Very, very proud of that. Master's degrees, doctorates, full-ride scholarships. And I always encourage the 18-year-olds that pop right out of high school that they need to stay in school and make this a job that they can work around their school schedule, not to just give it up. Because if there's one thing on my bucket list, it would be, man, I wish I could have finished, got my master's, got my doctorate, and included that in these conversations. But I wanted to be a rock star right away and go for it. And I always tell people, don't make that mistake, because once you have kids, once you get those responsibilities in life, it's very hard to go back and finish. So to definitely stay in school and still pursue your dreams. And my one message to all the ladies out there is, don't let anybody tell you that you can't do it, because I'm living proof that you can do whatever you choose to do. Don't let anybody else dictate your future, your path. You know, nothing is impossible. Nothing. I never imagined when I was 15, I would be able to speak 2 languages, play salsa, you know, mariachi music. These are things that were not even in my thought. And here we are today. So stick with your dreams. And new dreams are always going to come up, you know, the new people you meet, and go for it. Take the chances, take the risks. Without risk, you never know. And you'll always have that what if in your head. Take it. You can't lose. There's nothing to lose. That's what I
love that. I love that so much. And I think that's actually the perfect way to end this conversation, Cindy. Thank you so much for being here. I know. We love you so much. But now we get to watch your ensemble, your bands, and we're going to be able to experience the music and you doing your thing. And I'm just so excited and so honored that you joined us and that you're a part of this with us today, and that you're our closing act. So thank you so much.
Thank you. But all the acts are going to be amazing. And I'm so excited to see all of them together. And saludos todos, Chapman. And thank you for having us.
Thank you, Cindy. I am now honored to introduce our final act of Mariachi Fest, Mariachi Divas de Cindy Shea. Enjoy.
How's everyone doing in virtual world? We are Mariachi Divas! I want to give a giant thank you to Musco Center and Chapman University for having us for this beautiful mariachi concert full of great music. You know what we're going to be needing, though? A lot of those gritos mexicanos. Caro, why don't you give them a little example of what I'm talking about?
Dicen abuelo, tu vengo, dicen que no se me robe, me dicen que soy arriera, porque no te fuiste para, si me siguen tu sombrero, ya verán cómo reparan, ay, ay, mamá, por Dios, que borracho vengo, que me siga la tambora, que me toquen el quelite, después el niño perdido, y por último el torito, pa' que vean cómo me pinto, ay, 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 mamá, por Dios.
this song. This next song is called Yo Me Muero Donde Quiera, and it is representing all the women who fought for us in the Mexican Revolution. I hope you enjoy it.
Tóquenle bonito, mis divas. En mi tierra mexicana nos morimos entonando una canción. Los devotos son cananas y las ratas de ruido del cañón con el que tocará el himno de la libertad. Las mujeres y los hombres por su patria dan la vida con valor. Valentina y Jesucita pelearon pero nunca morirán. Ni Adelita morirá peleando al lado de su Ay, yo me muero donde quiera. La reina es la primera, yo me juego el corazón. Ay, yo soy hembra de veras. Si me echan un lazo, si me echan un grito, medio los quito. Allí en la trinchera, allá donde quiera, me muero de veras por mi pabellón. Un grito mexicano. Ay, ay, eso. No se me rajen, chiquititas. Ay, yo me muero donde quiera. En la raya es la primera, yo me juego el corazón. Ay, yo soy hembra de veras. Si me echan un lazo, contra balazo. Si me echan un grito, en medio los quito. Allí en la trinchera, allá donde quiera, me muero de veras por mi pabellón. All right, well, that was a lot of fun. We hope you guys had a good time dancing at home to that. Before we go on, I want to take a minute to just introduce the lovely ladies of Mariachi Divas. Woo-hoo! My name is Cindy Shea. I'm the founder of the group 22 years ago. I can't believe it's been that long since I started this band. It was a crazy idea, and look where we've come now. Oh, my goodness. We've come a long way. I love you, ladies. It's so good to be together, by the way, because we've had a really rough 2020. So here we are in 2021, celebrating our anniversary and being together again, even though we're social distanced through a TV or a computer or iPhone or however they're watching the show. You know, we're still together, so it's pretty awesome. We are an international group. We didn't mean for that to happen, but living in LA, Orange County, California, United States, it's really easy because, let me tell you, everyone loves mariachi music. Everyone. It's truly a mundial music. It belongs to the whole wide world. Even Carolina up here is a Boricua Mexicana, Puerto Riqueña. And Eileen, she has one parent Mexicano and the other from Guatemala. And we have all the way from Havana, Cuba, Rachel right there. Get some flavor. Don't worry, we have a few that are, you know, full-blooded from Jalisco, like myself. No? No, I'm just kidding. Mi corazón sí. All right, and we have all the beautiful ladies up here. So one more time, give a round of applause for 22 years. Out of those 22 years, we have been with the Disneyland Resort for about 18 of them or 19 of them now. I can't even count anymore. And we have made music history. So since, you know, we like to celebrate women and women in music, we want to announce that too, that we have had 2 Grammy wins, American Grammy wins, making us the only female mariachi to get to that point, which is pretty cool. In 2009, we won our first, being the first female group to ever be nominated for an American Grammy. And in 2000, and we won. Woo, woo, woo. And in 2014, we won our second one. with A Mi Manera, with that album. And in between, we've had 11 Grammy nominations between American and Latin. So we're going to hope for another one because we are recording a new album. It's a beautiful tribute to Armando Manzanero, so all of those amazing love songs y'all love. And I guess for now, I'd like to continue the show. And in the idea of honoring women, there's been a lot that have come through our path that we like to honor through music, because that's the awesome part about being a musician. So this next one is a Jenny Rivera song. Do we have any Jenny Rivera fans out there? All right, well, we are too. This song, we actually accompanied her. Some of us, actually nobody was here except for me. Way back, like in 2004 or 5, at an award show. It's called ¿Qué me vas a dar si vuelvo? And when she passed away, we wanted to honor her, so we recorded it, and we're going to sing it for you now. And also want to give a shout out to her daughter, Chiquis, who just got her first Latin Grammy. So keeping it in the family and keeping that beautiful tradition of Mexican music alive. We love to hear those beautiful stories. So here we go. We hope you like it.
Ay, 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 que cántale bonito, chiquitita. Ay,
¿Qué me vas a dar si vuelvo? Que merezca el sacrificio. Porque el día que nos dejamos lo entendí como el final. Presumías de amores nuevos, yo no sé si para herirme. Si lo hiciste vía mentiras, yo sí lo hice de verdad. Mientras tú salgas de mi alma, otro amor se iba metiendo. Y se me hace muy difícil olvidarlo y regresar. Pero déjame pensarlo, aunque no prometo nada. Pero tú también, si vuelvo, dime qué me vas a dar. Nadie da pasos en balde, ni hay quien viva de ilusiones. Si otros ganan por lo que hacen, yo también quiero ganar.
eso mero, chaparrita, cántale como tú sabes.
Y así me tienes, porque así quiero estar. Eso, muchachas. No me gustan las mancuernas, ni tener a dos a un tiempo. El que sirve a dos amores con alguna queda mal. Pero déjame pensarlo, aunque no prometo nada. Pero tú también, si vuelvo, dime qué me vas a dar. Nadie da pasos en balde, no hay quien viva de ilusiones. Si otras ganan por lo que hacen, yo también quiero ganar. Gracias.
All right, thank you. Well, as I was saying earlier, we had a rough 2020, and unfortunately, the next song we're going to play was played too many times this last year. It's a heartfelt, beautiful song written by Juan Gabriel, but made very famous by a beautiful singer, Rocío Dúrcal. And we didn't get a chance to actually perform with Rocío, but we have had a chance to perform with her daughter, who has kept the tradition alive. and continues singing that song in honor of her beautiful mom no longer with us. So we want to dedicate this to everyone out there who's had loss, and I know a lot of us have, and to keep your heads up and keep your spirit alive, and this is Amor Eterno. right, that was Eileen right there, that last. All right, well, we haven't forgotten one of the most favorite singing icons, a Chicana I haven't spoken about yet. For most of the ladies up here, a lot of them speak Spanish and English, or maybe didn't speak Spanish and learned just because they fell in love with mariachi music. So this next one is a great example of that. Selena, do we have any Selena fans out there? Anything for Selena? All right, so for those of you who don't know, she did mariachi songs like the traditional ones, and she did all the fun bitty bitty bum cumbia ones. So we're gonna kind of combine all of it together, okay? So we hope you enjoy this.
Huasca viene un toro, es el relajo.
That was fun. I wonder if we got everyone dancing. All right. Well, the next one, I had mentioned earlier that we were with Disney for many years. And we thought we'd bring a little Disney to you since we all know it hasn't been open and we all miss it so much. So we want to bring a little Disney home to your household. And we hope you enjoy this. But once again, we're going to need those gritos mexicanos because we're going to do a little bit of coco for you, a little poco loco. As soon as you hear the music, throw those gritos out.
Toquille bonito, mis divas. Ay, 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 ay. Se me trajen chiquititas. Que el cielo no es azul, ay mi amor, que es rojo dices tú, ay mi amor, ves tú cómo te ves, ay mi amor, creo que pisas con los pies, ay mi amor, tú me traes un poco loco, un poquitito loco, y ya estoy adivinando que quieres y pa' cuando, que así estoy celebrando, que me vuelvo un poco loco. Conmigo chulas,
You make me un poco loco, un poquitito loco. The way you keep me guessing, I'm nodding and I'm yesing. I'll count it as a blessing that I'm only un poco loco. The loco that you make me is just un poco crazy. The sense that you're not making, the liberties you're taking, leaves my cabeza shaky. You are just un poco loco. He's just un poco crazy, leaves my cabeza shaky. Un poquitito loco. Un poquitito loco. Hey! Woo, gracias, thank you.
All right, we hope you enjoyed that. Of course, we all love a little bit of coco. The next song is very special to me personally because right when I got out of college, and by the way, college, all of you studying at Chapman, good for you. I encourage everyone to go to college. We have a lot of graduates here. Even Rachel right up there from Havana, Cuba, just got her, master's degree in music. We have Sue also, you have master's degree. We have master's, doctorates, bachelors, so it's amazing. We have women studying right now. So you can be rock stars and go to college too, which is pretty cool. I went to Cal State Fullerton and Florida International University. And I think all these ladies are Long Beach in the house, Cal State LA. Anyone else? Where's everybody else going to college?
SDSU.
Somewhere in San Diego. All right. So yeah, we do encourage it, and congratulations for that, because that's not easy to go through the university system. So be very proud of yourselves. All right. So the next song we're gonna play for you is very special to me personally, as I said, because the person that recorded it was one of my first bosses. Right when I went into college, I started playing salsa, the music of salsa. Tropical, and Celia Cruz was her name, so I'm sure you all know who Celia Cruz is, the queen of salsa, la reina, and that was pretty awesome that I got to jump right into her band, and this is one of my most favorite songs. We want to get this one to get you guys off on your feet, dancing right there in your living room, okay? We want you guys dancing. This is how we end out every Diva show with Carnaval. Azúcar!
Ay, no hay que llorar, que la vida es un carnaval. Y es más bello vivir cantando. Ay, no hay que llorar, que la vida es un carnaval y las penas se van cantando. Ay, mis divas. Bailar y a gozar con Mariachi Divas. Mariachi Divas, todo aquel que piensa que la vida es desigual tiene que saber que no es así, que la vida es una hermosura, hay que vivirla. Todo aquel que piensa que está solo y que está mal tiene que saber
more time, we want to thank you. We are the two-time Grammy Award-winning Mariachi Divas. Gracias.
Hi there, we are Mariachi Spectacular. We'd like to thank the Musico Center and Chapman University. Thank you so much for having us here.
La fiesta va a comenzar, adornen esos portones. La fiesta va a comenzar, adornen esos portones. Ya va llegando el mariachi cantando sones con sus guitarras y guitarrones, pa' que se alegren y que reposen los corazones. Ya va llegando el mariachi cantando sones con sus guitarras y guitarrones, pa' que se alegren y que reposen los corazones. Ay, la, 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 la. Agarren su polla pa' que se baile este lindo son. Saquen polvadera pa' que retose mi corazón. Toma para es la fiesta del mariachi, sí señor. La fiesta sigue bonita, toda llena de alegría. La fiesta sigue bonita, toda llena de alegría. Sigue tocando el mariachi con sus violines, con sus trompetas y la vihuela, pa' que se alegre y se contente mi linda suegra. Sigue tocando el mariachi con sus violines, con sus trompetas y la vihuela, pa' que se alegre y se contente mi linda suegra. Ay, la, 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 la. Ay, la, 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 la. Agarren su falda pa' que se baile este lindo son. Ay, la, 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 la. Ay, la, 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 la. Saquen polvadera pa' que retose mi corazón. En la fiesta del mariachi, la que alegra el corazón. Si piensas que te estoy haciendo daño, en este mismo instante yo me voy. Personas como yo salen sobrando. No quiero ser la causa de tu dolor. Jamás pensé que amarte fuera valor. La culpa es del maldito corazón, sobrado como un potro desbocado, cayendo en los excesos del amor. Perdóname por haberte lastimado sin querer. Solo quise cuidarte, mimarte, adorarte. Perdóname que los años te curen las heridas que te dejo mi amor. Pensé que amarte fuera malo. La culpa es del maldito corazón, sobrado como un potro desbocado, cayendo en los excesos del amor. Perdóname por haberte lastimado sin querer. Solo quise cuidarte, mimarte, adorarte. Perdóname por el abuso a tu persona, por favor. Necesitas un hombre que sepa quererte, y ese no puedo ser yo. Y ese no puedo ser yo. Thank you very much. This is Mariachi Spectacular. Let's kick some things off with some Juan Gabriel. Llorar, que no ves cómo te quiero, y para qué me haces sufrir así, que no ves qué más yo quiero. Si yo nunca había llorado, menos de dolor, ni nunca había tomado, menos por un amor. Porque me haces llorar y te burlas de mí, si sabes tú muy bien que yo no sé sufrir. Yo me voy a emborrachar a no saber de mí, que sepan que hoy tomé y que hoy me emborraché por ti. Y con ustedes, Mariachi Espectacular. malgastes el tiempo sin mi cariño. Y aunque no quieras este amor que yo te ofrezco, y aunque no quieras pronunciar mi humilde nombre, de cualquier modo yo te seguiré queriendo. Y yo sé que nunca tú quieras jamás amarme, que a tu cariño llegué demasiado tarde. No me desprecies, no es mi culpa, no seas mala, porque tú eres de quien sueño enamorarme. ¿Qué daño puedo hacerte con quererte? Si no me quieres tú, yo te comprendo. Perfectamente sé que no nací yo para ti, pero ¿qué puedo hacer si ya te quiero? Déjame vivir de esta manera. Yo te quiero tal igual y sin condiciones, sin esperar que un día tú me quieras como yo. Consciente estoy, mi amor, que nunca me querrás. Y vamos pa' no. Cuando quieras tú divertirte más y bailar sin fin, yo sé de un lugar que te llevaré y disfrutarás de una noche que nunca olvidarás. ¿Quieres bailar esta noche? Sí, no, okay. Vamos al Noa, 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 vamos a bailar. Vamos al Noa, 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 vamos a bailar. Este es un lugar de ambiente donde todo es diferente, donde siempre de repente bailarás toda la noche. Ay, este es un lugar de ambiente donde todo es diferente, donde siempre de repente bailarás toda la noche. Ay, eso mi mariachi.
Próximo CD, claro que sí. Algo bonito que dice para ustedes El Güero.
Sí, señor. Soy nacido mucho menos presumido, pero sí me doy a respetar. A los envidiosos miran cómo los detesto, porque nomás saben por hablar. Vacas de billetes produciendo diariamente, pues mi meta ha sido dura.
mentiras, pero adoro a mi familia y por ellos yo voy a luchar. Y la cruz de nota llevo en mi pecho ranchito que no de olvidar. Fue donde viví mi infancia, pero allí ya tengo ganancias. Gracias, andamos bien vestidos, zapatito fino, lo que me irán a aportar. Ahorita andamos bateando, poco a poco progresando, nadie más me va a tomar. Pura marca espectacular. Eso mi yo. Traficante, pero festejo a lo grande y con amigos jalo un buen bandón. Tengo mis 20 años y el que ocupen en mi mano tendrá 100% mi apoyo. Ni rico ni pobre, pero tengo lo que quiero y mis gustos siempre me los doy. Mucho le agradezco al viejón por sus consejos y por todo lo que me inculcó. Hay que disfrutar en la vida porque cualquier día se nos va. Muchas cosas me han pasado pero nunca me han quebrado. Todo gracias al Señor de arriba que me cuida y me protege todo el tiempo del mal. Pobre valle ruleteando en mi carro ando zumbando el veloso y el señor. Puro mariachi espectacular, compas, ¿yes?
¡Sí, señor!
Clavado en este rincón, como tú clavaste a mi corazón. Estos tragos que tomo yo son pura tristeza y son mi dolor. Te fuiste, no sé por qué. Yo sé que me querías y sé que me adorabas. Por si acaso quieres regresar, te voy a esperar, te voy a esperar. Tragos de amargo licor que no me hacen olvidar y me siento como un cobarde que hasta me pongo a llorar. Te fuiste, no sé por qué. Yo sé que me querías y sé que me adorabas. Por si acaso quieres regresar, te voy a esperar, te voy a esperar. Tragos de amargo licor que no me hacen olvidar y me siento como un cobarde que hasta me pongo a llorar.
Claro que sí, este gusto bonito.
Dicen que tiene una pena, dicen que tiene una pena que la hace llorar. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permiten la quieran consolar. Alza luciendo su real majestad, pasa, camina, nos mira sin vernos jamás. La divina tiene pena y dolor. La divina no conoce el amor. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permiten la quieran consolar. Dicen que alguien ya vino y se fue, dicen que pasan las noches llorando por él. Ay, ay, ay. La divina tiene pena y dolor. No conoce el amor. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permiten la quieran consolar. Dicen que alguien ya vino y se fue, dicen que pasan las noches llorando por él. Dicen que pasan las noches llorando por él. Dicen que pasan las noches llorando por él. Y señor.
We're gonna do something a little different. This is Tennessee whiskey. I used to spend my nights out in a bar room. Liquor was the only love I'd ever known. But then you rescued me from reaching for the bottom and brought me back from being too far gone. But you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. Brandy and honey, I'll stay stoned off your love all the time. Used to look for love in all the same old places, oh no. I found the bottom of the bottle's always dry. Poured out your heart, I didn't waste it, no sir. Oh, 'cause there's nothing like your love to get me out. Yeah, you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. I stay stoned off your love all the time. One more time, Michael, one more time. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. As Tennessee whiskey. That's Tennessee whiskey. All right. Thank you very much.
That was beautiful, brother. Creo que sí, vamos ahora con una bonita canción, esa de Tu nombre me sabe a hierba, en un trío hermoso como esta noche con mariachi, espectacular, como que sí.
Sí, señor.
Claro que sí, vámonos con esa bonita canción y dice...
Porque te quiero a ti, porque te quiero. Cerré mi puerta una mañana y eché a andar. Porque te quiero a ti, porque te quiero. En esos montes y me vine al mar. Tu nombre me sabe a hierba. Me lancé en el valle a golpes de sol y de agua. Tu nombre me lleva atado en el valle, en el 10 de Colagua. Puro mariachi espectacular. Ay, que te quiero a ti, porque te quiero. Aunque estés lejos yo te siento flor de piel. Porque te quiero a ti, porque te quiero. Se hace más corto el camino aquel. Un hombre me sabe a hierba. Mira que nace en el valle a golpes de sol y de agua. Un hombre me lleva atado en un pie de tu valle y en el 10 de Colagua. Que te quiero a ti, porque te quiero. Mi voz se rompe como el cielo al flamear. Porque te quiero a ti, porque te quiero. Desde esos montes y me vine al mar. La, 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 la. Gracias.
Eso, mero, compañero.
Qué chulada.
Creo que sí, queremos ahora invitar a nuestro amigo Ali, por favor, que pase al frente con esa bonita canción de A los Cuatro Vientos.
Dejen que el llanto me bañe el alma. Quiero llorar, traigo sentimiento. Quiero gritarle a los cuatro vientos que no soy nadie, que no soy nadie, que nada valgo sin tu querer, mujer. Quiero que sepas que ando llorando como los hombres, no los borrachos. Quiero que sepas que estoy pagando con llanto amargo mi falso orgullo. quisiera sentirme un santo. Dejen llorar, yo no sé qué traigo, no sé qué traigo en el corazón. Quiero que sepas que al verte ajena, mi falso orgullo se doblegó. Que poco valgo sin tu cariño, que poco valgo ya sin tu amor. Dejen que el llanto me bañe el alma. Ay, ay, ay. Es todo, compadre. Quiero que sepas que al verte ajena, mi falso orgullo se doblegó. Que poco valgo sin tu cariño. No llores, compadre. Que poco valgo ya sin tu amor. Dejen que el llanto me bañe el alma. Gracias, sí, señor.
Claro que sí, ahora vámonos con otra cosa bonita que dice de Bob Marley. Is this love?
Yes, I wanna love you and treat you right. Yes, I wanna love you every day and every night. We'll be together with the roof right over our heads. We'll share the shelter of my single bed. We'll share the same room, yeah. For Jah provides the bread. Is this love, is this love, is this love, is this love that I'm feeling? Is this love, is this love, is this love, is this love that I'm feeling? Oh, got to know now. I've got to know, got to know, got to know how high, I'm willing and able. And so I throw my cards on your table. Get it, boys. Everything's going to be alright, man. Alright. Yes, I wanna love you and treat you right. Yes, I wanna love you every day and every night. We'll be together with a roof right over our heads. We'll share the shelter of my single bed. We'll share the same room, yeah. For Jah provides a bread. Is this love, is this love, is this love, is this love that I'm feeling? Is this love, is this love, is this love, is this love that I'm feeling? Oh, got to know now. I've got to know, got to know, got
so I throw my cards on your table. Thank you very much. We are Mariachi Spectacular.
Sí, señor.
Deja de mentirte. La foto que subiste con él diciendo que era tu cielo. Bebé, yo te conozco también, sé que fue para darme celos. No te diré quién, pero llorando por mí te vieron. Por mí te vieron. Déjame decirte, se ve que él te trata bien, que es todo un caballero. Pero eso no cambiará que yo llegué primero. Sé que te va a ir bien, pero yo te quiero. Puede que no te haga falta nada, aparentemente nada. Hawaii de vacaciones, mis felicitaciones. Muy lindo el Instagram, donde posteas, pa' que yo vea cómo te va, pa' que yo vea. Puede que no te haga falta nada, aparentemente nada. Hawaii de vacaciones, mis felicitaciones. Muy lindo el Instagram, donde posteas cómo te va, pa' que yo vea cómo te va de bien, pero te haces mal. Porque el amor no se compra con nada. Miéntele a todos tus seguidores, diles que los tiempos de ahora son mejores. No creo que cuando te llame me ignores. Si después de mí no habrá más amores. Tú y yo fuimos uno, hacíamos ayunar antes del desayuno. Fumábamos la hoja, yo te pasaba el humo. Ahora en esta guerra no gana ninguno. Y si me preguntas, nadie tiene culpa. A veces los problemas a uno se le juntan. No me interrumpas. Después de mí ya no habrás amores. La gente te no va a creer. Actúas bien ese papel, pero no eres feliz con él. Puede que no te haga falta nada, aparentemente nada. Hawaii de vacaciones, mis felicitaciones. Muy lindo el Instagram, donde posteas cómo te va, pa' que yo vea cómo te va, pa' que yo vea. Puede que no te haga falta nada, aparentemente nada. Hawaii de vacaciones, mis felicitaciones. Muy lindo el Instagram, donde posteas cómo te va, pa' que yo vea cómo te va de bien, pero te haces mal. Porque el amor no se compra con nada. Thank you very much.